Artemis on social media.
It's taken a little longer than we thought. Thanks for holding. All right, everybody can relax. That was great. Thank you so much. We all look forward to getting your Christmas card come December. Thanks.
All right, sounds good, Jenny. Thanks.
As you heard from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, we got the pictures we're looking for. We are now maneuvering the solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Integrity Houston, we are doing a data rate change, so we'd like you to cut the HHP stream when you're ready. Thanks. And Integrity Houston, just to remind you, that was our last moment where we could not perform a CCU dump. So if you need to do a dump for the rest of the day until crew sleep, you are go.
We copy. Thanks, Jenny.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the flight control room. This is the Orbit 1 team under direction of Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He's at the top of your screen in the white shirt, joined by Capcom Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and backup for the Artemis II crew mission. Gibbons is talking to fellow Capcom Matthew Dunn. This view coming from outside the capsule as the solar arrays are reconfigured into their sun track position. Just before the crew turned off the camera inside the cabin, we could see they were getting ready for their midday meal. Some of the items on the menu today include sweet and sour pork, rice, broccoli, fiesta chicken, tortillas, berries, cashews, chicken and peanut sauce, pasta and shrimp, and a lemon curd cake. Sounds pretty good to me. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are coming up on MET 3 days and 1 hour into the flight of Orion. I'm joined here today by Dr. Jacob Richardson. He is the Deputy Lead for Artemis II Lunar Science. Thanks for joining us.
It's lovely to be here.
So can you tell me about your role and about the team members who make up the Lunar Science team?
Yeah, so I'm only one of many people here. I'm the Deputy Lead of Lunar Science. Somewhere behind me is our Lunar Science Lead, Kelsey Young, and she is right now sitting here as our Science Officer on shift. We also have about 40, 50 different people who are a range of different scientists and visualization specialists, engineers, people who love and know about the moon, and are here to support this really wild mission to go and look at the far side of the moon.
Fantastic. Well, we're very excited about that as well. So we have two rooms here, the Science Evaluation Room and the Science Mission Operations Room. What work happens in each of those and how are they different?
Yeah, that's a good readback. So the Science Evaluation Room, we call it the SIR, and that's where we support our science officer in real time during the mission. Up there right now, we're actually finalizing our plan as we speak to send up to the crew on what they're actually going to be looking at the moon. Now that we've launched, we know exactly what moon they're going to see, and that means that we can plan everything right now. We're doing it just in time, and it's going to be up there soon. So that's the Science Evaluation Room. The Science Mission Operations Room, we call that the SMORE. That's a couple of buildings over, and they're the first people to look at the mission data that comes down that's for science data ever. So it's the crew that sees the pictures first, that takes the audio first, that takes supports the data capture, and then the first people on Earth that really evaluate it are in that SMORE. And they're busy every single day. So far, we've gotten a little bit, a trickle, and we're about to get a flood of amazing lunar data.
We're really, really looking forward to seeing that imagery as well. So you talked a little bit about knowing what the crew will be able to see during the mission. And I know that is dependent on lunar illumination and on the date that we launched. So how does that lunar illumination shift the targets that we're going to see?
Yeah, so the moon rotates a lot slower than Earth. Every day, the Earth rotates by 360 degrees. Every day on Earth, the moon rotates about 10 or 12 degrees. That means that different craters, different basins, different volcanic units are visible, like you said, depending on when we launch and when we arrive at the moon. This is a really special view, thanks to this amazing April 1st launch. We're not only going to get spectacular illuminated views of the moon, but we're also flying through an eclipse where the moon is between the sun and our friends up in space, and they're going to be able to see things that we've never intentionally viewed before by crew, and I can't wait to see what they see.
Us either. We're going to be streaming the entire thing, so everyone make sure you tune in. So how has the team been assessing and preparing both before launch and since launch for this flyby?
Oh man, the crew has, ever since like a couple of weeks after they were announced, we were with them in, and this is years ago, we were with them in the classroom, teaching them their lunar fundamentals. They came out to Iceland to look at some of the weirdest rocks we have on Earth, just so they can learn how to describe mountains from far distances, how to describe regolith, that's rocks and stones, and how to describe outcrops, just so they can be field lunar geologists for us, because they're the four geologic emissaries on our team that actually get to go to our field site, the moon. After that, they've been practicing here in Orion simulators. They've been looking at an inflatable moon that we've hung up for them. They've been doing every single thing under the sun to study their moon. And just earlier today on a PAO interview, we heard them speak to some really small craters, and they knew their names. We're really excited that they know places like Grimaldi. Obviously, they know Oriental, but they know so many other places on the moon that they are personally excited to observe.
We are also very excited to hear about that. They're going to be calling down a lot during the mission as they report what they're seeing to the ground. And I know they're also going to be taking some recordings that will be downlinked later that your team will be able to analyze. But a pop question for you. Today during the press conference, Kelsey Young was asked, what are you most excited for the crew to see? So do you have a personal target that you're most excited for them to see?
Oh my gosh, what am I excited for? So you'll have to tell me what Kelsey said because we were really busy at that point. We saw her talking, but we're finalizing our science plan and we're really busy up there. That said, I'm personally excited for the near side views. Something that we don't always get with a lot of these planned launch dates, but we got because we launched in early April, is that the near side is completely illuminated when they start their flyby. That means that everything that they see is the same stuff that we're able to see when we look at the moon. We're going to have the shared view, and there's so many volcanic terrains there. There's so many craters. There's so many mountains that we can see from Earth with either our naked eyes or with binoculars that the crew's going to share with us. And I'm excited to share that view with the crew at the beginning of that flyby.
That's fantastic. So if you're on Earth and it's nighttime where you are, we can look up and see the same exact view that the crew is seeing at that time.
Yeah, really it's for a lot of folks, it'll be evening as well. So if you're in Australia, during the evening, you'll be able to see the moon. If it's nighttime and you're in Asia or anywhere where you're kind of close to the Indian Ocean, you'll be able to see the moon really well. So this will be a treat for our friends in Africa, Asia, Australia, Oceania, and anyone who can't see the moon, you still have to follow our coverage for sure.
Absolutely. And for those of you that can, what another cool way to feel connected to the crew. So Dr. Jacob Richardson, thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait for Flight Day 6.
I can't either. I'm here with you.
Integrity Houston, we are 5 minutes out from a forward link LOS. We'll speak to you in just over 1 hour on Madrid.
We copy. If we need anything, we'll make calls on the blind for the next hour.
Sounds great. Thanks, Reed.
This is Artemis Mission Control. It is 3 days, 1 hour, and 15 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. You just heard a call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons up to the crew on Orion. They won't be able to hear from us for about an hour. However, we expect to continue to get calls from them. We are on the Deep Space Network. This is also referred to as DSN, and this mission is the first time in over 50 years that humans have been using this network. On your screen, a live view of the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, our destination, now 96,575 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of Orion, looking at the moon. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. Again, we won't be able to make any calls to the spacecraft for the next hour or so, but they would be able to call down to us if need be. Obviously, we are still receiving video from them. Still to come today for the crew aboard Orion is the manual piloting demo. The manual piloting demo consists of performing attitude maneuvers using the rotational and translational hand controllers to compare the 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom attitude control. This will be the second time the crew has had the opportunity to pilot Orion themselves. Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and pilot on the Artemis II mission, manually flew Orion on flight day 1, shortly after launch when the spacecraft separated from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This was called the Proximity Operations Demonstration, and during that approximately hour-and-a-half window, Glover commanded the spacecraft to approach and make small translational maneuvers around that ICPS. There is a faux docking target on the ICPS, which has now been disposed of. This was a test to allow the crew to practice flying the spacecraft and give reports back to the ground on how Orion flies manually, all in preparation for our future missions to the moon, during which we will need to dock to a lunar lander. And a recap, if you haven't been able to tune in today, the team opted not to execute the OTC burn, also known as outbound trajectory correction burn. There was a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn yesterday with a second one today. Both of those were waived off as the trajectory achieved by the TLI, or translunar injection burn, has been deemed sufficient. This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a look at a visualization of Orion and its current position in relation to the moon, now 95,707 miles away. We are in a forward link LOS with Orion, meaning we cannot contact the crew members. These are planned and tracked loss of signal, but they could call down or contact us if need be. However, they are in their midday meal. You can track the location of Orion yourself by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This is Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a beautiful view of the moon from Orion. This view coming from a camera mounted on the solar array wing. There are 4 solar array wings with cameras mounted on each of them. The crew aboard the spacecraft woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. Since then, they completed their post-sleep period. They also conducted some public affairs events. Their schedule was shifted a little bit today as we did have the cancellation of the OTC-2 burn, the outbound trajectory correction burn. If you recall, yesterday's flight plan also called for an outbound trajectory correction burn. That was canceled as well. Both of those burns were deemed unnecessary as the translunar injection burn was very accurate, and we're on a great trajectory to head around the moon. Canceling the OTC-2 burn today also allowed the team some flexibility on the timeline to maneuver Orion into a different attitude, positioning a primary vent valve in the sun, which helped to loosen up some ice around a vent valve that is used for the wastewater dump. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. They are in a forward link loss of signal, meaning we cannot contact them at this time. However, they could contact us if needed. These loss of signal periods are maintained and tracked here on the ground, and we expect to regain that in about 30 minutes. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You could probably hear some background noise as the Orbit 2 team is starting to filter in the room and transition into their role for the day. Still to come today, the manual piloting demo, during which the crew members will use the rotational and translational hand controllers to manually fly the Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. View on your screen coming from Orion, looking toward the moon. The destination of the Artemis II mission. Spacecraft now traveling 2,088 miles per hour. We are 94,868 miles away from the moon, inching ever closer. The crew aboard the spacecraft is still in their midday meal period. We are in a forward loss of signal. We do expect to regain that shortly. These loss of signals, or LOS, are tracked here on the ground. We were able to call up to the crew just before we entered this time frame, letting them know that we would be able to hear from them. They just wouldn't hear from us.
Integrity Houston for toilets.
Go ahead, James.
Hey, Reed, we are working a plan to do another dump prior to the manual piloting DFTO. I'll have more words for you on that shortly, but I wanted to give you a last call for the use of toilet before we get into that. Again, toilet is still no-go for urine use, but I want to give you a last call for fecal use as well.
All right, that sounds good, Jenny. And just to confirm, we can still continue to dump secondary line right now, correct?
Affirm.
And James, what is preferred for you on the DFTO? You want CAPCAM 3 or you want HHB or both?
Good question, Reed. We do not have the bandwidth currently for HHP, so we'll be using CAPCAM 3.
Okay, sounds good.
Integrity Houston for big picture forward plan for the wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey, Tina, as you know, this is a big issue that we want to work toward resolving. So we are going to set up a wastewater dump on the primary line starting now. And we would like at least one crew member to be looking out the window and reporting what they see. Our intent here is just to have that vent open, and we will leave it open until either we reach a minimum quantity on the tank, we have no flow, or we hit a 3-hour limit.
Hey, James, great plan. The one thing we would add is we've got some secondary dumps either in work or just finishing. So in order to assess what's coming out of the primary, we recommend waiting a few minutes for that. We can let you know when it looks pretty clear, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, Tina, that sounds reasonable. How long do you expect that to take?
All right, the dump just started, and it usually completes within a minute. However, there's usually some secondaries after that, so I would estimate in about 3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds great to us. Give us a call in 3 minutes, and we will get started. I also wanted to revise my last and let you know that through further discussion on the ground, we can let you know that while we are performing this vent, the toilet is go for fecal use. So good news there.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Here in Houston, Texas, you've got a view of the flight director, Jeff Radigan. To his left is Flight Director Diane Daly. She will be the Flight Director for the Orbit 2 shift, as the Orbit 1 shift is now transitioning off console. Down to the bottom of your screen, at the very bottom, is Jackie Mahaffey. She's the crew's trainer for this mission, and she'll be serving as Capcom. And to her left, CSA astronaut and Artemis II backup, Jenny Gibbons. She's been the Capcom for the Orbit 1 shift, speaking with the astronauts. You just heard them discussing the next wastewater dump opportunity. This has been something the team has been troubleshooting today. They're looking to empty this line that they anticipate or they understand was blocked by ice. The spacecraft is still in a good configuration, and this doesn't have any mission or lunar flyby impacts. We are now 3 days, 2 hours, 24 minutes into the Artemis II mission. However, we are referring to this day as Flight Day 4. The crew is now 94,334 miles away from the moon, which you can see there. They are ever growing closer and ever growing farther away from our home planet, 187,185 miles and counting. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams continue to conduct their handover procedures, I'll also be handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. Really enjoyed being with you here today. The Orbit 1 shift will be back tomorrow, and of course, our astronauts are still working throughout the day, and our stream is still live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
All right, Houston, we are fairly quiescent here. Let us know when you start the vent.
It's in work, Reed. Integrity crew, the vent valve has opened.
All right, we'll keep monitoring, but right now we see no flow at all.
Copy.
We heard one little chug deep down beneath us, and now we are getting some spurts with some increasing force, so let's just keep open here.
Copy. Great news, and we're seeing some flow on our side too. Thank you, Reed.
Yeah, you got four crew members rooting for Max Blizzard, and we have a good view out the window. It looks like it looked when we started the mission, so that's a good sign.
Great news. I wanted to cue the mic so you could hear a clap there. Integrity crew, we're maneuvering to the attitude for manual piloting.
Okay, integrity copies. Houston Integrity, just let us know when we're go to start the manual piloting DFTO2, step 1.
All right, Integrity crew, you are go to start the manual piloting DFTO. We are going to come on board with CAPCAM 3. And when you perform this DFTO, we are happy to take 10 degrees rotation in all axes instead of 15 if you like. We will also happily accept all pilots that we have time for. Let us know how she handles.
Okay, we like the sound of all that. Copy 10 degrees, so we'll aim for that to speed this up a bit so we can get more inputs.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy. And crew, we're on board with you through CAPCAM 3.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently in their handover, and the crew aboard Orion has stepped into their manual piloting procedures. This may look like a familiar view. We saw it just after launch when the crew was conducting the proximity operations demonstration. That was NASA astronaut Victor Glover, the pilot of the spacecraft, manually commanding Orion.
For a quick waste dump update.
We'll take it.
Hey, Jams, now we have about 10% of the time we see a full blizzard, and then it dies down to a flurry, and then it picks up to a full blizzard again. It's going about blizzard about once every maybe 30 seconds, but it is very dynamic. It's not just one continual scent, but it's beautiful, and we're watching the tank quantity go down, so hopefully it's looking good.
That's super helpful for us to know. Thanks, Reed. We're still watching it.
And Houston Integrity, it's not in the procedure, so we just want to double check with. We're going to do this DFTO in DAP mode 2.
Affirm, DAP 2.
Heard some words from Commander Reed Wiseman discussing the wastewater dump currently ongoing. We had a view of that from outside the cabin. We are back inside Orion right now, preparing for the manual piloting demonstration. On the left side of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and to his right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. During this demonstration, the crew will be able to manually pilot Orion once again and test its 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom. If you look closely in the background, you can see NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover filming part of this demonstration. Artemis II is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon. Now 187,633 miles away from our home planet of Earth, 93,890 miles away from the moon.
All right, and just giving you some handling qualities here for the yaw. Everything was nominal. I noted that with this warp mount, it does have some play in it as we knew, and so just applying some downward force to try and make sure you don't get coupling is required, but that's fine, that's workable. And then we had a little bit of coupling and roll, in both in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
Copy all.
Okay, and we're still just completing the pitch maneuvers, but we're not picking up any coupling for the pitch. And the vehicle is very responsive at nulling out the half degree per second. It's almost instantaneous.
Copy.
Again, the manual piloting demo is beginning aboard the Orion spacecraft, and as the Orbit 1 and 2 teams hand off, I am going to hand off to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She will be carrying through the rest of the manual piloting demo, the rest of the crew's day, and our live stream continues 24/7 on NASA YouTube.
Okay, Houston, for the roll, the only thing I noticed is I had a little coupling in the roll right in yaw, and was able to compensate for that in the roll, or in the roll left. Didn't have any coupling in the yaw. I think we're just getting used to the orb mount here.
Copy all, Jeremy, and we are a minute away from a data rate change. We will have a very brief LOS during that time. I will let you know when we're back with you.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity crew, we're back with you.
Okay, we just finished the 3 DOF maneuvers. The rates all seem the same, the response seemed the same. It is difficult to tell whether you might have some cross-coupling from the RHC or if it's from the vehicle, but we were pretty convinced in the last roll one that the coupling that showed up, which was 4 degrees, was coming from the vehicle and not the RHC.
Copy all, Jeremy. Thank you.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and has completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who are wrapping up their shift. The Orbit 2 team this evening will be led by NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Jackie Mahaffey. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see.
With the jets intentionally deselected with the left yaw, the rate built up as expected nominally, but it's having a hard time nulling out the rate. So it's almost there now, and we've got 7 degrees of yaw before it nulls the rate.
Copy all. Thank you, Jeremy.
So the vehicle overshot by 7 degrees once it was released from the yaw left, and then it built up very slowly, built up a rate, and it looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting again.
Copy all.
Yeah, and during that maneuver, we haven't maneuvered back to center yet. We developed 5 degrees of roll left and 5 degrees of pitch up. And then when it built up a rate to try and look like it tried to go back to where the RHC was released, it went back to 355 instead of 350. So just to read all that down, we commanded a left yaw until we saw 350 yaw. It went to 343, and then it went back to 355 before it nulled all the rates. And now we'll put one in, and we'll just take it back to 0.
Very good. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity are currently working through a manual pilot team developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. You can see the crew there on your screen. That's a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. On the left-hand side, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and next to him is Christina Cook.
Okay, and now the yaw right is complete, and as expected, took quite a bit of time to build up the rate, but was able to null the rate quickly and accurately.
Copy all.
During this developmental flight test objective, the crew is working to perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom.
During the pitch checkout, there is no perceptible change in performance. It's able to build the rate quickly and null it out quickly and accurately.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay, and then for roll in this configuration, the left roll is a little bit slower to build up. The right roll is responsive as per normal.
Copy.
And Jenny, we are going to switch pilots now. This will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Cook swapping places as they continue through the manual piloting developmental flight test objective. Again, they are performing several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control on the spacecraft. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom: forward, backward, up and down, and left and right, and 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this developmental flight test objective, the crew is comparing the standard 6 degrees of freedom to
Integrity Crew Houston, we want to offer up to our pilot, if you want, you can do 5 degrees instead of 10 to move it along a bit quicker. We're looking forward to getting some info for you as a pilot here.
Okay, we copy that.
Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is piloting the spacecraft for this manual piloting DFTO.
That 1 hour had 10 in, so I went ahead and completed all the way back. Standard 6 off behavior, fast ramp up to the DAP speed. There were 2 degrees of roll added in. I did attempt to stop that cross coupling during the roll, during the yaw back, but I didn't get there. So just a little cross coupling there, getting used to the orb mount and its play.
Copy, we follow. Thanks, Christina.
and this is Artemis Mission Control. So through this developmental flight test objective that you're watching them complete on your screen, they are working to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom. In that case, it would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, similar behavior with 5. In this instance, there was just a very small amount of roll in that I did try to take out, and with a quick roll pulse, it did take it out. That was just kind of a manual thing that I did, but it was nice to see you could do that if you had unintended coupling going on.
Copy all.
Okay, a similar thing with roll. Roll was definitely the most difficult for me to keep the yaw out coupling naturally, so I just kind of put some manual yaw in to undo the coupling there, but similar 6-off performance.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And just for your information, we are comfortable going a little over on this activity. Our schedule allows for it today, and we're getting a lot of good info from you. So we'll have you continue to the end of the DFTO.
Copy. Negligible change in 3 DOF with the yaw.
Copy.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
Okay, great performance in pitch, similar to the 6-off.
Copy.
Okay, on that one I kind of went the other direction at first, but was able to remove some yaw oscillations. I think the orb mount with roll, I was just playing with some compensation there, like kind of actively using muscles to keep yaw in or from going. Mixed results, but it's good to try some of that actively.
We like it. Thank you.
All right, Jenny, on this one, given that when we did this, he had an overshoot, which was then overcorrected 5 degrees in the direction he came from, I wanted to try the method of actually overshooting on purpose to try to get back to the 5 degree, so we'll see if that works.
Thank you. We're following along.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views, and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
Boom, 5 degrees.
Boom.
All right, Jenny, and that one, as expected, had a slow start, but then finished right when release happened and was able to build up the full rate eventually.
Copy.
Okay, and as expected with those specific jets deselected, no negative or no clear difference in pitch.
We copy.
Okay, and on that one, I released at 5 degrees, 2-degree overshoot. I'm holding the orb, I'm holding against the play of the orb mount that is inboard to my body and forward or down while putting in the roll, and so it takes a little bit of kind of like counteracting muscle movement for that, but I think I had pretty decent lack of coupling.
Copy.
Okay, a little more roll for the peanut gallery.
They love it.
All right, Houston, thanks for your patience. We had to see the full moon and the Earth at the same time, which was just accomplished. Now we're going to be rolling back.
We understand and approve.
All right, Jenny, I definitely have some stuff to report for that one. Going back, which was the roll left, 2 things. The pitch coupling that you saw, I do think was due to an input on the RHC, but the yaw, I don't think was, because I actively tried to take out the yaw, and I felt myself having to go out of the detent in the other direction to start affecting that yaw motion that you were seeing. So I think that might have been because of it was difficult for it to compensate potentially, and I think that one might not have been because of inputs at the hand controller.
Copy all. GNC agrees.
Rockin'. We see ourselves complete with the manual piloting, and we'll continue and close out the procedure if you agree.
All right, Christina, we totally agree. And while we have you, we just wanted to give you one item for Jeremy's timeline. We noticed a conflict with his PPC and the filming for exercise and day in the life. So we just wanted to let him know that he can do the PPC early. We'll be ready to support that and be mindful of when the filming starts at his discretion. Thanks.
Crew copies all. Thanks.
Our pleasure. And with that, I will pass you on to the very capable Jackie Mahaffey.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew has recently wrapped up their manual piloting developmental flight test objective.
Thank you.
And the Capcom or capsule communicators here in Mission Control have also handed over as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have completed their handover. So the oncoming Capcom for this shift will be Jackie Mahaffey, and she took over from Ginny Gibbons. Jenny was a backup CSA astronaut for this mission, and then Jackie Mahaffey was the crew training lead for Artemis II. Now that the manual piloting flight test objective is complete, the crew is going to continue on to other scheduled activities for the day. So coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both have scheduled crew exercise. Each of the crew members has a block of exercise scheduled each day to maintain their health and fitness during their trips to space on the Orion spacecraft.
Wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie. Every once in a while, we do hear a little like thud in the spacecraft, followed by a little plume of snowflakes. So there probably is just ice chugging through those lines, and we are still getting little intermittent blizzards. You probably see it on the solar array cameras, but it is still just going. It's dwindling. And then if you do see the volume pick up in the next over the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a few secondary dumps as well.
Reed, we copy all. Thank you for the insight.
And this is Mission Control. You heard some additional...
And confirm you all have secured Cap Camp 3.
Negative. Stand by. Reed, and to clarify, we are interpreting that as you would like us to turn off Cap 3.
Yeah, that is affirm.
We will let you know when that's in place.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're now seeing an exterior view of the Orion spacecraft. This view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those has a camera. And the crew is continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day. So in addition to the upcoming exercise for NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Christina Cook also have a lunar flyby plan review coming up. And this plan review had already been completed earlier in the day by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And during this activity, each crew member is reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool guiding crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. This package consists of 2 key components: the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan.
Integrity Houston, we have only an external view of Orion.
Okay, sounds good. We'll probably, you were bandwidth limited earlier. I don't know if you want HHP in a little while. We can happily set that up. And next question is, if you could ask flight, is there an estimate of toilet coming back functional for urine? That'll just change some of our next steps. If not, we'll continue on CCUs.
Our goal for the toilet is to vent down to approximately 10%, and then we need to have a couple of discussions here on the ground, so you can expect a couple of hours before we would potentially give you a go for toilet use.
That is exactly the information we wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
And you just heard some additional communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here on the ground, Jackie Mahaffey, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen. They were discussing the wastewater dump, which has been taking place, as well as the toilet use. At the beginning of crew sleep on flight day 3, the ground had performed a routine and regularly scheduled wastewater dump. And during that dump, it was terminated after only dumping 3%. They have since completed an additional wastewater dump just about 30 minutes ago. And the team on the ground is evaluating the status of the toilet on the Orion spacecraft. But in the meantime, the crew has been instructed to continue using CCUs, which are collapsible contingency urinals.
Houston integrity, the DFTO procedure is complete.
Jeremy, we copy, and we will be taking you back to biased tail to sun.
Copy that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We did have that confirmation that the manual piloting developmental flight test objective is officially complete. They were just completing some cleanup actions on that task, and now they're going to start moving into the remainder of the activities for the day. The Orion spacecraft is also being maneuvered to what is known as biased tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail-to-sun attitude as its primary passive or passive-safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Now on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. And this provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 188,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 92,000 miles between them and the moon. Not too long ago, they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
Houston integrity, Jackie, I'm ready for that PPC.
All right, they are dialing you now. Integrity Houston, per Reed's question a few minutes ago about the HHP cam, We do have the bandwidth, and when Jeremy finishes up his conference, we would be happy to come back on board. Second item, maybe Christina can help answer this. We were wondering at the DUs, how was the audio volume-wise, clarity-wise from the speaker unit?
Houston, we copy the question, and we will get back to you shortly. Houston, Orion, we dropped the call, so if you could redial, that'd be great.
And work.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity by its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, serving as the pilot, and the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew is currently awake and working through several different activities. Currently on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working on his lunar flyby plan review. And during this activity, the crew members are reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool which will guide crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. Throughout the day, each of the crew members will have a chance to review that plan and ask any questions that they may have ahead of that lunar flyby. And so NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have already completed that flyby plan review, and then coming up a little bit later on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook will also have the opportunity to review that plan. The lunar targeting package that they are reviewing consists of 2 key components, the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan. The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the flyby, while the lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and verbal descriptions. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is also currently preparing and working on her daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Each of the crew members has a block of time each day to complete that exercise, and the flywheel is about the size of an extra large shoebox, and it can support a variety of different exercises from aerobic to resistive exercise. And so after Christina completes her exercise block, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will then complete his exercise as well, and then NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will complete his exercise. NASA astronaut Victor Glover completed his exercise block earlier in the day prior to their midday meal. Towards the end of the crew day, CSA astronaut will also have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency before the full crew goes into their private medical conference, which is a daily conference between the crew and their medical teams here on the ground. And then they will have a private conference with the flight director, who currently on console is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, supporting the Orbit 2 shift. And then the crew will transition into their pre-sleep period, during which they perform some hygiene activities and also have a chance to eat their dinner before they prepare for sleep. And then once they go to sleep, that will round out the Flight Day 4 activities. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. On the upper right-hand portion of the screen is the flight director console, so that flight director currently is Diane Daly, who is serving as the Orbit 2 flight directors throughout the mission. There are 3 shifts or orbits who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the crew and the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission.
Piston integrity, AGA readings when you're ready.
We are ready, and also arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you. CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.3. Pressure, 13.8. Temperature, 75.3.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber config for this exercise period, and we'll definitely want the intermittent, the scheduled AGA reading in between the 2 runs and at the end. If it's looking good, we're talking about whether we might want to stay in that config through the end of reads exercise.
We copy, will do.
Integrity Houston, a reminder that we do have the bandwidth to come on board with the HHP camera. Let us know if that's something you'd like to do.
Houston Integrity, at this time we're going to hold off on doing the HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
No rush. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 3 hours and 48 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are on the 4th flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which you can follow along with at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then tomorrow on flight day 5, which will be April 5th, the Orion spacecraft will cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth. Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled, as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period. Once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there are several activities planned for tomorrow, including an aux suit developmental flight test objective. The aux suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere of influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump in sight.
We're with you, go ahead.
Hey, Victor, we are looking for the latest observations you might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
It's a little louder in here than it was the last time we reported, and so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for about at about 5 a second interval. But it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and you're seeing a view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft in the upper left hand of your screen there. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras, which are attached to the 4 different solar arrays on the spacecraft. And then in the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see a look inside the Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, specifically the Capcom and flight director consoles. So the Capcom or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There were some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of flight day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so, and so they're just providing some updates on the status of that activity.
Houston, integrity, AGA readings when ready.
We are ready.
CO2 1.8, O2 20.1, 13.95 PSI, 76.1 degrees.
We copy all. You got a very positive reaction from the ECOM VME area of the room on that CO2 level. And reminder, although I'm not sure it'll be needed, pay attention if you're feeling any symptoms of a rising CO2 and report those as well.
Absolutely.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were discussing some recent AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. The crew takes and reports these readings periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. And there's a full view inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control. That EECOM console that I was referencing is in the left-hand side of your screen towards the back of the room. And you can see all of the other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar science.
Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between crew members, but let us know.
And Houston is happy to eliminate that wait and go for the next person.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And so each of the crew members on board the spacecraft have a daily block of exercise, and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a exercise device that uses a flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions similar to a rowing machine, and they can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as aerobic and resistive exercise.
Houston, integrity question for photo TV.
Go ahead.
Actually, it's two questions. First question is 7 gigs too big of a video to downlink? And second question is, did you all get the window DFTO videos?
Checking on both.
Excuse me, window DFTO pictures. And then, Jackie, if you could pass along a message to the team analyzing those videos about the window DFTO, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Ready.
When I first started taking the photos, I realized that small changes in how far the lens was from the window made a difference in the image quality. And so the first few shots are not useful, and they start on window. The first shots were on window 3, I believe, and then, I'm sorry, window 2, and on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side, and the voice recording will say window 2 left, 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight. And Victor, just to circle back, the team did get the window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional information will be very useful. Thanks. And to the first question about the 7 gigs for video size, we can give that a shot via optical comm overnight tonight.
Okay, it's a PAO video, and we'll get that onto PCD1, and hopefully you get it overnight. Thanks.
Copy, PCD1.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some additional communication there from the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Hey Jackie, that video is nothing special. It's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone in lowest res, and it just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are almost 2/3 of the way to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
The window optical quality DFTO was completed during flight day 3, and it involved the crew taking images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures. They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space, and this infrared light's higher frequency allows more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth.
Integrity Houston for some timeline planning.
First, we're going to give you AGA readings as we just swapped crew members. We are still looking at CO2 at 1.7, O2 at 19.9, and cabin temperature at 76.0.
That sounds great. You might even say whoop. With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about two modifications related to the opportunistic lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So 2 questions for you all. One, we're looking for an estimate on when Reed will have finished exercise. And 2, would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check? So maybe 10 to 15 minutes there. And then also get the cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
Christina is happy to do those things, and for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
Okay, that sounds great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 05:35. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
Yeah, to me, that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Yeah, Reed, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
Okay, Jackie, this all sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize maneuvers and science objectives over my exercise.
Okay, we copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, those views coming from the solar array wing cameras. They were discussing an upcoming opportunity to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is getting set up for that exercise as the team here in Mission Control Houston work to configure the attitude of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
Houston, integrity for exercise.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, the CO2 is 2.4, temp is 76.1, and Jeremy is wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
That is perfect. We copy all.
Kick 'em.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Integrity Houston, a couple of items related to a dump visual check and then the forward plan for exercise stop and science setup.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Christina. First of all, we need Reed to stop exercise at or before 05:15 and give us a call to confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
Yeah, it does appear to have stopped. Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
Christina, we copy chugs about every 3 seconds.
That is continuing every few seconds. There is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reed has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that. And then, Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup and
okay,
some
I'll keep an eye
helper
on
testing.
All right, Jackie, I'm ready to copy.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference. But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer or two to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that. What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Okay, yeah, the big picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if OE1 is comma is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3, and are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
Yeah, it's all embedded in that. So that conditional, if the OE comms crowded, gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded within the parent step 3.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look, and I'll start executing and let you know.
Okay, great. I had one more piece for you. In order to be ready for the 10 minutes we're going to have for the opportunistic imaging, we also suggest that you or a second crew member volunteer go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and Z9 with 35 millimeter lens in the lunar observation config. And step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup is 26.4.1114 for the D5 camera.
All right, Jackie. We were having a little bit of a conversation in the cabin for the first part of that, but I think you just would like me to set up those 2 cameras for lunar imaging, reference 36.4.1114.
Yeah, 26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IVA. All right. All tracks. I'll get on it. Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
Copy. Would you authorize one use of the toilet?
Checking. And Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first, they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon out of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon. About 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth. And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
Houston integrity, timeline, final thing.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
That is fair. We understand that at 15:15, Reed will stop exercising, and you will start to maneuver the vehicle for the opportunistic science visuals. And then at that point, are we subbing in the PAO event and then doing the opportunistic science blue box activity after, or are we doing the opportunistic science before?
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude. And then at 05:30, we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Copy. So you still envision both Victor and I doing the opportunistic science activity overall?
Yeah, we will take your judgment, but we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today. Integrity Houston for imaging and Peltor priorities.
Go.
Hey, Christina, since we've got this very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the camera set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1. And then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Perfect. We were thinking the same. Houston, we are clear on exercise.
We copy.
And CO2 is 2.4.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard that the crew has completed their daily exercise blocks. So the final crew member to complete their exercise for the day using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And now that that exercise is complete, they're going to be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic lunar imaging out of the windows inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Once that imaging is complete, the crew, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will begin getting set up for an upcoming CSA Public Affairs downlink event. And then once that event is complete, the crew will begin winding down for the day. They will have a private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. This is a standard conference that happens every day. And they will also have a private conference with the flight director. The flight director here currently is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Houston integrity for opportunistic science. Which window am I setting up?
Window 2.
Copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see. And one clarification on the cameras. After using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Understood, Jackie. That is an obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious. And you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental a little bit. That is just awesome.
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
Well, our first observation, Jackie, is that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
We copy.
All right, we can clearly see Grimaldi, Glushko. We can see over to Oriental just with the naked eye. The moon is so bright just through the naked eye that it's going to take me a little while to adjust. You don't see any stars at all because the moon glow is so... I do see a couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright, bright white, especially on the south pole and the far side, and then all the mares on the near side are just varying shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet, just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side of that, past the mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
And Jackie, we will definitely get a camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those mares is a huge basin, because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
We copy, and thanks for sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension, and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
And Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Copy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Houston, we won't have a good scene check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and get a sound check from you guys?
Yeah, it looks like a Halloween movie right now, kind of greenish, but I think it's a pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
And Jackie, if you're clear on the PAO setup, a couple more observations.
Yep, we are maneuvering. There's a little bit of in and out comm, but we'll take your observations.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did hear the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. It's on the terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be. But it's very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orion spacecraft was maneuvered to an attitude a few minutes ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. You heard them referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater, and it's a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Oriental Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
Houston Integrity for one more observation and a question.
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene, and we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observations.
I missed your very last, but other than that, copied all.
Sorry, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, you know, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Sure thing, and I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
We copy.
Over to Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy, for this scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Copy. Christina just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be directive. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, right there. I don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
Okay, Jackie, it's set in position, so you can do the final scene check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy. Yeah, you can pause. It's all good. All right, Integrity, we'll be ready for an on-time start in about 8.5 minutes.
Houston, integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies. Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we're looking forward to speaking with some youth today.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me? Say again.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
Good. It's you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's low gravity?
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
Got it.
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us, and if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here, and one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here,
we rearranged the wall.
And Reed here, I can push on him. So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space, and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only been eating space food for a couple days here, but Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure. Let's see what we're going to pull out. So
my dinner.
This is Jeremy's dinner, and in space you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic bags or little metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy, je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de Terre?
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today, and I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour la question, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre, et c'est quelque chose d'incroyable pour moi. Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu une demi-terre. Et ça, c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors, ça, c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth, partial crescent Earth. We've seen a dark Earth, and when we woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training in Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
Sure. Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely. We have done some incredible geology training on Earth, and one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Kamastaston Crater. And I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons and a great team of geologists and scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how, craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Oriental. And it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes, and it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough to see it. So we can't wait to share more when we get closer to the moon.
Thanks so much. Masab in Vancouver, BC has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
Well, there are many great space movies. For our specific example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major malfunctions like Apollo 13 did, but they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together. So that's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. You have a space movie?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
All right, we have another question, Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario. How has your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
A lot. Yeah, of course, in life you do things as a team, and, my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Thanks. Parker from Apsley, Ontario, has a question.
Why does water become spherical in space?
Well, my 3 crewmates lived on board the International Space Station for a significant amount of time, and so they've done a lot of playing with water, and so they were giving me a tutorial today at lunch. So maybe I'll just get Reed to give you the tutorial that he gave me right now. Oh, Well, here you can see the spherical balls that I just let loose on the cabin. All right, Reed.
There's another one going over there, but it's really the surface tension. If you ever just see a little drop of water on your finger, even though it looks like a convex little drop on your finger in space, that surface tension is all around. So it just creates a perfect bubble because there's no gravity to act on it. And so it just stays in this perfect sphere, and it actually becomes a lens. And earlier today, we were laughing because we could make Jeremy's face go upside down or right side up, and it's pretty amazing. It's fun to play with water in space.
Victor's sending us a towel to clean up the mess.
Thanks for that demonstration. We now turn to Jackson from Calgary, Alberta.
How did you get to be on the Artemis II mission?
I'll answer while Jeremy's making a nice water bubble for you. How did Jeremy get to be on the Artemis II mission? Jeremy and I were selected as astronauts together back in 2009, and he was a member, obviously, of the Canadian Space Agency, and I was a member of NASA. And when Jeremy interviewed to be an astronaut, our chief astronaut, Peggy Whitson, was on their board. And Peggy came back from that interview and said, if Canada doesn't hire Jeremy, NASA will hire Jeremy. He did that well. So I think if you go through Jeremy's life, he grew up just a very inquisitive kid. He had huge dreams. He saw a picture of Neil Armstrong in an encyclopedia a long time ago walking on the moon, and it just sparked his curiosity and his imagination. And he always tells people that the most important thing when you have a dream and an aspiration is that you tell people, you talk about that. Some people may not believe you can do it, but you know you can do it. And the more you talk about it, the more people will begin to believe that you can make your dreams come true. And that is exactly what Jeremy did. So he turned his tree fort into a spaceship, and he became a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And then he got to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009, and the rest is history.
And I'm still not that good at water and space yet. I'm still learning, but I'll keep practicing.
Amelia de Mirabel au Québec a une question pour toi, Jeremy.
Quel rôle les jeunes d'aujourd'hui joueront-ils, selon vous, dans le futur de l'exploration spatiale? Et quel message avez-vous pour les inspirer?
Alors, les jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle vraiment important. En fait, c'est nécessaire que la prochaine génération contribue à notre avenir, à notre avenir. Par exemple, c'est important de juste suivre vos passions. Quand il y a quelque chose qui vous intéresse, apprendre tout ce que c'est possible. Et aussi, partager cet rêve, cet objectif pour vous avec des autres et former une équipe. Et vous pouvez faire des choses importantes pour les humains. Aussi, avec l'espace, maintenant, il y a plein des moyens à contribuer à notre civilisation. Par exemple, on peut utiliser l'espace. Quand on trouve une solution qui utilise l'espace, souvent, ce n'est pas une solution locale, c'est une solution globale. Alors, quand on utilise l'espace, on peut aider le Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi les autres pays, n'importe où au monde. The question was, how can young people contribute to Canada's or the world's space future? And the reality is there's just so many ways that you can use space. And often in space, when you find a solution, it isn't a regional solution, it is a global solution that can be shared around the world.
La prochaine question vient de William, qui est avec nous dans la salle.
Je m'appelle William, provencher de Carignan, au Québec. Est-ce que les astronautes sont formés pour pouvoir réparer tout et n'importe quoi à bord de la capsule Orion?
En fait, pour nous, on a la formation pour les astronautes et de réparer plein des choses dans les capsules, bien sûr, mais la plupart du temps, la formation, c'est piloter et opérer le vaisseau. Mais si on a des problèmes ici dans la capsule, on a une grande équipe sur la Terre qui peut nous aider pour réparer des choses. Alors, si quelque chose ne fonctionne pas, souvent, on demande à Mission Control à Houston pour nous aider à comment le réparer. Alors, on a des experts sur la Terre. Our question was, are astronauts trained to fix everything on the capsule? And the answer is, we're trained to fix a lot of things, but a lot of our training is about piloting and managing the systems on the capsule. There's a lot of things that if they break, we call Houston, Mission Control in Houston, and they walk us through how to repair it.
That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Onyx in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
What happens to organs when your stomach is in space?
So as far as I can tell, the question was, what happens to our organs in space? As far as I can tell, nothing. It feels very much like my body is operating pretty much exactly it did on Earth. The one thing that I noticed is, there is a blood shift. And if you knew me before I got to space, I'm sure my face is a lot puffier now. It's because there's a lot more blood up in my upper regions of my body because gravity is not constantly pulling it down. And I can just sort of feel it in my head. It's like, I don't know, just something different. I can tell it's just slightly different. It's not bad, but it's just slightly different. But other than that, for me, not a lot of changes. But let's talk to the expert over here. She knows a lot about this.
Well, I did just think of two organs that I know of specifically that have very well documented effects in microgravity or adaptations. They're actually ways that your organs change, usually to adapt to the environment. And one of them is with your heart. Your heart actually changes its stroke volume because even though we exercise almost every day, the rest of the time your heart does not have to work as hard to pump that blood up to your brain. And it adapts to that, and its muscles actually change. And when you get back from a long duration in spaceflight, you have to work really hard to get your cardiovascular system going. One other organ that is affected is your kidneys, because the kidneys and some of the parts in them actually rely on a gravity vector to work correctly. And they've found through science investigations on board the space station and things like tissue chips and organ chips that the kidneys are highly affected, and astronauts have to look out for kidney disease. So it sounds like you're kind of interested in medicine. Thought I'd mention those too.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Jeremy, for sharing your amazing journey with us tonight and with all Canadians. Do you have any last thoughts before we leave you this evening?
Just really great to spend some time with my fellow Canadians from way out here. We're, if I do some quick math in my head, we're around 300,000 kilometers from home right now. It's an extraordinary journey, and sharing this journey with Canadians is incredibly meaningful for me, and it's so important that this generation and the next generation see themselves represented in this mission as these four humans and our incredible team from around the world head out on this journey around the moon. And just remember, Canada's future in space is bright because of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us here on Integrity. Have a great one.
Merci beaucoup, Jérémy. Thank you.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm. Integrity Houston, a few items to sync up on before you get into PMC and evening activities. Let us know when you're ready.
You're ready, Jackie.
All right, a couple of questions about today's timeline and then some forward plans for the toilet and wastewater dumps. I guess we'll bookend with toilets. So first of all, we thought perhaps you had not prioritized toilet maintenance due to your earlier constraints, and so if you had not gotten to the toilet maintenance block, we do need it before you go to sleep tonight due to oxone constraints. How copy?
That is complete.
Excellent. Also, we wanted to, we knew that maybe we stepped on some of the flexible HRP activities today, and wanted to let you know that at least the HRP standard measures we're looking for today, since it's asking about your first 3 days in flight.
Victor is going to knock that out soon. It was a flexible activity. He has not finished it yet. The other 3 are complete.
Absolutely works for us. Thank you. And then a couple of questions from science. We wanted to follow up and ask if you were able to complete your LTP reviews today, if you had any questions on those. And then looking for confirmation that you have or you plan to transfer the images you took during today's observations so that we can downlink them tonight.
And Victor has that in work right now. I believe we all were able to complete our studying. One question I had was just understanding the different uploads and whatnot. Do I understand correctly that overnight tonight, the actual final plan that we will be executing will be uploaded into our LTP? Is that right?
Christina, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, no other questions about our LTP review. The materials were great, and it went well.
All right, one final topic for you, and we're looking for some feedback. Big picture for the toilet wastewater vent lines, we would like to try providing warm contents to the wastewater vent lines, ideally through a series of crew donations and then immediately followed by a dump. So we are wondering if you think that is something you could support this evening, and if you were to suggest a time, we would like to know what it is.
Jackie, are you looking for how the max number of donations or a minimum number? What would the minimum number be?
Christina, we don't necessarily have a minimum number, but we'd like to get as many as possible back-to-back uses.
We're looking for a good time, but yeah, I think we should all be able to cycle through there for you. I'm sure you've considered this, but there is also the option of PWD water heated in the food warmer, which will be very, very hot.
Yeah, Christina, teams down here had similar thoughts, but that system is designed for a particular type of fluid, and we want to stick with that chemistry.
Understood, makes sense. How about right after the flight director conference and that time frame?
That is perfect, and we will just take a call when you are all complete and ready for the event.
Copy that. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great. That is it from us prior to PMC.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen recently wrapped up a public affairs event.
Status item, docking camera activity on Reed's timeline is complete.
We copy.
And then following that public affairs event, the crew has been chatting with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, who you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Orbit 2 Capcom is Jackie Mahaffey for this shift. They are talking through the remainder of the timeline for the day, as well as some wastewater dump activities that have been taking place. One of the activities that they were discussing was an HRP, or Human Research Program study, related to spaceflight standard measures. This experiment is conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station, and now also as part of the Artemis missions on board the Orion spacecraft. Through this experiment, it collects a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will also move into their daily private medical conference. This is a private conversation with the medical teams on the ground that they have every day, typically at the end of their day. And then following that private conference, they will have a brief private conference with the flight director currently on console, which is Diane Daly, who you can also see in the bottom corner of your screen. Following both of those private conferences, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this period, they will complete some hygiene activities, and they will also have the chance to eat their dinner and begin winding down for the day before they head into their sleep period.
Houston Integrity, we are going to Orion Earth 2 for the conference, if that works for you.
It does work for us.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard a call there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. They just completed their private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. Again, this is a daily standard conference that takes place throughout their mission, and they are now moving into their daily private flight director conference. And then after that is complete, they will move into their pre-sleep period. Right now, we are about 3 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon. This spacecraft is about 195,000 miles away from Earth and about 86,000 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed the 2/3 of the way mark, so they are over 2/3 of the way to the moon. And again, they are expected to make their lunar flyby and the lunar close approach on flight day 6, which will be on Monday, April 6th.